Okay, I think that we're up and running this time. There we go. All right, yep, definitely up and running. Which means that we've probably got about 5 minutes until the spam bots start flooding the chat. But that's okay. Time to get started on this little build here. Okay, so here's what's going on. I've got my studio kind of sort of coming together here. Less studio, more workshop, office. It's a bit of a mess at the moment. But what I got here... Do I have that right set up? Nope, upside down. There we go. Alright, so what I need to do is make a little bit of a change. Because it turns out... Is that right? That's better. There we go. So it turns out that my studio... It's going okay. Like, I've got the pegboard up. Alright. And a decent workbench area. Pay no mind to the ladder. And my space that I use for work, I know it's going to be glaring like a J.J. Abrams movie there, but the space I use for my work, besides being a little bit of a mess, it's really bothering me. So I've got my two monitors there, but I have to sit down to work. And the problem with that is that it really starts bugging my neck after a while, sitting down and looking. And then I get real fidgety and I just need to get up and move. So I need to make some adjustments there. And so, let's just set that there for the moment. There. So, what I need to do is hang the monitors from the rafters. I was thinking of waiting until I'm able to kind of throw up some walls and make this a little bit more of a enclosed studio space, but I can't. It's really getting to me sitting all day after 13 years of being a public school teacher and spending most of my day running back and forth between desks and hall duty and all of that. I cannot just sit all afternoon as I'm teaching online. So I need to be able to stand. That, and it's just healthier. Lets me move around a little bit more. Lets me look up or straight instead of down at the laptop. Even though I have a bit of a stand there, it's not quite bringing it high enough. So ultimately, I'll have probably a workstation there, so I can be standing and have my keyboard right here, and that'll be great. I can't quite do all of that yet. For now, I might just have to settle for putting a little bench. I pivot this a little here. I might just settle for putting like a little raised box right here so that I can put my keyboard higher as I'm standing and looking at the monitors. But eventually, like, this table is not going to be against the wall and acting like a desk forever. It'll probably move more towards the middle of the room, or I'll leave it there. I don't know. I've a little bit more thinking to do with that, but what I've got to do, I have got to get those monitors hung so I'm looking higher. And that's the plan for tonight. So I'm experimenting. You probably see right there, right here. There we go. I've got my phone running a mobile camera app, and that is connecting. There's obviously a little latency between the phone and the main camera, or another way to show it would be, there's a little latency between the phone and the main camera. About between 1 and 3 seconds, depending on how the network overall is running. So I'm not putting any audio through that, so I'd rather not use that camera as like the canonical sound of what I'm doing. Anyway, this is all an experiment, still in process, but that's okay. So what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to put my remote camera over there so you can kind of get a good view of what my hands are doing. And then I'll keep this camera going a little bit closer just so I can have a view of anything I'm building from that side. I don't know. We're playing around with this. We're figuring out as we go along. First thing I got to do, though, is get anything important off of that desk so I don't damage it. And then we'll go from there. This has been sitting on my desk for about 3 weeks. It was a lovely hummingbird thing that Allie got for Christmas that got knocked down like 2 weeks later, if that, by a very enthusiastic child trying to talk to a bird. So, fortunately it didn't get damaged, but it's been here in a safe spot until the bird cage moves over to the other side of the house. So what I'm going to have to do is just now put this in a spot where it's safe from me. So that'll do for that. And the birds, where do they go? There we go. We got one bird right there. Ooh, then another one right here. And the third goes right here. All right. There we go. And I'll just hang that up there. Just since you had to watch me putting it together. There's how it looks. Lovely, lovely little find from Etsy, but shipping took a really long time. Otherwise, that's the only complaint I have. It's very nice. All right, let's try putting this guy over here. Should be about the view that we need. Oh, did I flip it around? I flipped the camera around. That's not bad. Yeah, I'll probably adjust that later, but it'll do for now. Okay, that's all pretty good. Set everything where it needs to be. Let's finish clearing this off and get to work. Don't know why I had the drill bits over there. They probably got moved by a kid. The cat doesn't hang out with me as much during work because he has such a huge house to wander and so many laps to sit next to, not not as disorganized as it looks. I know where most things are. At least that's what I tell myself. Okay, so maybe I'm not as organized as I thought. I forgot that I had this laptop here. Hopefully to use for an art project or something like that. At least try to stay organized. Okay. Okay. So that is everything that's super delicate other than the monitors themselves, which are currently attached to the table. So let's go ahead. Whoa, we got it. Yep. That's part of why I wanted to move away from this desk. Yep. There's another reason I wanted to move away from that, because that desk is wobbly and I need to fix it. All right, let's continue. These USB powered lights off Amazon, pretty good. The biggest problem I have with them, problem number one, is you have to press a button to turn them on after they've been unplugged. They don't turn back on automatically, which I guess some people would call a feature. For me, it's frustrating because I want to just be able to hit one switch and have my whole setup going. The other one is that they're drawing a lot of power by USB. I don't know what the exact specs are for USB, but they've got to be right on the edge. Like, they got a little note on here that says that its best results use a 5-volt 2-amp adapter, which is fine. I've got a bunch of those laying around. But I wouldn't say they overheat. They just get palpably warm, which is, I know, something that power supplies are designed to do. I would just rather my power supplies not get hot to the touch. All right. That's frustrating. Alright, let's take the monitors off next. This one's a little heavy. It's actually an old television, but it does 1080p, and I'm not sitting too close to it, so it's good enough. There we go. actual monitor. Also 1080p, but as you can see, it's a little smaller, so the pixel density is better. Of course, still not as good as like a built-in laptop screen, but that's me being picky. Can't remember if this is a hand twister. Yes, it does. Good. Forgot I left those. Forgot I had left a couple of these loose. Fortunately, it's really heavy duty. Obviously, I'll be clamping that down a little tighter when I'm actually at the workstation, as opposed to, now that I remember, throwing this together in a night because I had to start work. I had to work the next day. Oh, gracious. That's better. Let's get the ladder going. What's this? What's this? Have we... Ah, no, I just backed out. I thought we'd had our first 2 spam messages. That's one thing I've definitely found with fooling around with this YouTube streaming. Is pretty much guaranteed to get some spam in the chat. Maybe it gets better the more you use it. All right. Now, the thing I'm going to pause on briefly before I actually go and build is whether I want to be facing that direction while I'm working. Because here's the thinking I'm doing. Let me see if I can adjust this a little. Yeah. So here's the conundrum. I'm going to be putting a wall up right about here within 2 months. And at that point, in theory, I could... Wow. It's tempting. Because here's the thing. I could always hang my green screen over here instead. It means I have to keep the workbench clean. That is absolutely the case. But if I did that, then I'd be able to put my bookcase on that wall. I don't really want to do that though, because see the problem is I don't just use one laptop screen. I use a laptop and currently 2 external monitors. And that seems to be good. I'm not 100% using the second external yet. I only started using it in the last week, so that could just be that I'm not used to it. But if I put the problem is I want this pegboard to be used as pegboard. So I can't be hanging a bunch of monitors in front of it. And I don't currently have one of those fancy articulated gas piston monitor stands where I could just be like and it rises up into the ceiling. We're not at that level yet. Probably never will be. So as much as it would be really sweet to have my monitor right here so I could just use this work surface as my keyboard tray. If I did that, let me think about this for just a moment. If my laptop is there in that corner, the laptop's there in that corner, and I have a monitor there, I have to look up at it. And a monitor there, I'd have to look up at it. That is tempting. Because the only downside is I lose some pegboard. And for now, I'd have to really figure out what I'm doing with my green screen. But it'd be really nice to have that wall for a bookshelf. I could put more pegboard on it. I could hang a frame there. Can I make the green screen work? That's the question. All right. Let's think about this. The only concern I have about this setup is if I'm doing something that's messy, I'd rather not have my laptop close to it. It's nice having it across the room. That's the one thing that makes me hesitate. So I think I'm going to leave my computer over on that side of the room for now. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave it over there for now, and then I'll revisit this when I put the wall up. Because when I've got the wall up, then I can consider where do I want to put my bookshelf, what wall do I want to be a green screen, because I do need green screen for my chess classes. It's really nice to be able to point at the board. So even if I'm not hiding a background, I want the green screen. Now from this side... Alright, I hope I don't knock the audio loose when I do this. I'm just going to disconnect the audio. Yeah. No, I don't want to do that. OBS sometimes can be finicky about changes like that. Yeah, see, the lighting is really unbalanced at the moment. But that's easily fixable. I mean, I'm running one bulb right now. Throw another one up over there and I'm good. So that could work just fine. Put the laptop there. Oh. Wow, my only hesitation is dust. What could it do? I'm showing builds from that angle there. I mean, I have the remote cameras now, and they're actually better quality than the built-in webcam. But man, that's tempting. Especially if I go with my plan of like having a fan to pull dust away. And I can always throw up an impact shield if I'm doing anything that I think would make a real mess. Now let's throw this up because I know that this works for my other side. You tuned in to see me build a hanger for my workstation, and now you're seeing me rethink my entire work lifestyle. It would also be nice to not have to use this. Oh man! Now there are 3 things I like about my current setup. 1, the green screen is easy. 2, my laptop is far away from any power tools I might be using on this bench. And 3, I have a good overview shot of the bench. But I've also spent the last 2 weeks trying to like scrap together a solution from old iPhones and stuff of how I can show the bench without you staring at my butt the whole time. So I think the only other negative I can think of is that Allie wants to be able to. We're thinking of turning a little bit of this space into like an exercise room, and she'd like to be able to watch TV while she's working out. But we can make that work. Plus, I'm only using the TV right now because it's free, since we already had it. It's so tempting to do this because this is exactly where I like to have my hands and the mouse. And yeah, I think it's what I'm going to do. And if I don't like it, I can always move it. I'm going for that option. Okay, I've decided we're going to try putting my workstation over here. All else fails, I just throw it back up on the table after I've glued the table. But I really think I like this. Plus it gives me an excuse to keep the workshop clean. Yeah, that might be an important part. Okay, let's go ahead and plan this. So I don't need this camera way over here now. If I don't need that workstation way over there, that means I'm free to put it right here. Alright. Just pivot you. Let's go ahead and show what I'm doing up top. And then I'm going to move this light because one, it's going to be in my way, and two, it will look awful. Excuse me while I pivot. One place where LED bulbs are decidedly better is that you can move them around because they're already anti-shatter and they're not too high. I do need to move Allie's hummingbirds again, though. I do not want them getting hurt. So they will rest behind the camera. Okay. Of course, now I need to move all this stuff. From there. All right. Okay, just have to disconnect this real quick. There we go. I had my charger taped to this so that I could simplify cable routing, but I need to use the charger for another device. All right. Here we go. Okay, I think we are ready to commence. I have decided that this is where I'm putting it. It'll make me keep my workbench cleaner, and if I have a big project I'm working on, I'll just make sure that I get it to a point where I can shuffle it over to the other table. The green screen will be good. Literally the only thing that I'm really concerned about is making sure Allie can still watch TV while exercising, and we haven't built that exercise room yet, so that's a problem to fix, maybe by buying a proper monitor and just moving the TV into there. Maybe just by putting it on a longer pivot arm. We'll figure out that. I'm sure we can build that bridge when we come to it without having to even compromise. So now I just got to figure out the height that I want the laptop and the monitors, because this is perfect height for my hands. So we got the perfect height for my hands right there. Yeah, that's about where I like it. Obviously this is a little bit rough, but it just gives me another excuse to put a nice smooth top here on the workbench, one that will probably be slightly wasted on such a rough and tumble place. But if I just have something where it's kind of even right here, that'll be great. For now, I'm willing to put up with a little bit of wobble on my keyboard in exchange for having better posture as I'm working, because whatever all of those ergonomic diagrams that I saw in the 90s where they were like, the perfect posture is something approximating this, and that is why we have a desk with a hole in it for your monitor. Whatever they say, I need to look up or right straight ahead while I'm using a computer. Otherwise, I'm very uncomfortable the next day. Okay. It does mean that I'm going to definitely have to do some more storage space, but it's okay because this is really not the final workshop. Like, this is my streaming workshop, and this is where I'll do a lot of my fun personal builds, but most of the work is going to get done up in the garage. So yeah. I do need to not unplug that one box because that's currently what the internet goes to. Come on, MagSafe. There we go. Okay. Should have a tape measure. I do have a tape measure. So this is about where I want my laptop height to be. Okay. And that's about the height that I want the other screens too. So I'm just going to mark on here. That's eye level at a minimum. That's straight on, and I sometimes prefer looking up a bit. So let's get one of these screens. All right, so here's the proper monitor. And at that height, that's not too bad. Okay. The other question, though, how much space does it take up on this wall? Yeah, that's actually not too bad. I am not losing too much storage space by doing this. The laptop won't even be there all the time, and that's another thing I hadn't even thought of. If I'm doing like a messy build, I can always have my laptop sitting across the room or even in a different room and just run everything on these streaming cams like that guy. There we go. Just got a good delay on it right now. So I don't. So while the monitors will be at a little bit of a risk, one of the monitors is an old TV, and the other one is like a $150 monitor that I've had for over a year. Not to say that $150 is not money. It hurt to buy this monitor, but you know, when we amortize the cost, or however you pronounce that, it comes out to like $10 a month at this point. And I've spent $10 a month on far more frivolous things than a monitor that I really need. Okay. So that brings us to the question of a couple things. First is the matter of this buddy here. Is this the right size? Not for that one, but it might be for this one, because nope. This lovely device uses like 3 different Allen screw sizes. Nope. I could go get the set that is all together and nicely sized, instead of just picking through this drawer. But I keep thinking that I've just found it, and I did that time. Ah, perfect. So much for telling a morality tale about just going and using your matched set. There we go. Now this is the actual panel that came with it. Did I say panel? Rod that came with it. Now I see basically 2 ways I can handle this build. I can both involve me climbing up on a counter. I can build up and put this post right here in the corner, and then use it thusly, which is how it's intended to be used. I could also hang it and still use it, because you can flip these around and hang it more like that. Obviously the tray needs to be turned upside down, but I could hang it kind of like that, which was what I was doing back in Baltimore. Let me see the heights here. So, okay, this goes exactly. I need to mark that that's 2 things. So that's eye and post. So eye and post, if I was to just put a little corner block on there for this to mount to, that would be at exactly eye height. Downside of that, I've got a corner block down here in the corner of everything. What am I doing? I've got this. So I would have a block there in that corner, and that would kind of be getting in the way of things. But on the other hand, that's a deep corner. And it's a lot more engineering to do this hanging, plus I'm then depending on the locking clamps to not fail and drop everything. So let me just check my height. Because if I can get the height I want without having to stand on this desk to do all my attaching, I'll call that a plus. So let's see here. I want my laptop to be right about there, which is totally within reach of the post. And I want the monitors to be equal or higher, and that's kind of the speciality of these things. Yeah. I can absolutely do that. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to save myself the frustration and possible physical pain of having to attach everything up there in a corner of the ceiling and hope that my attachments are not strong enough to not drop this all in my face. Yeah, I can do that. Or I can just build from this nice solid corner I already have. And it will be about exactly the height I want to. That's what I'm going to do. Okay. Hopefully I don't look back at this tomorrow and say, this was a chronicle of Andrew's poor decisions. Okay. I've got 2x3, 2x2, 2x3. It's probably 2x3 and 2x4. Yeah, 2x3 and 2x4, also known as 2x2.5 and 2x3.5. But there's marketing for you. All right, let's take a look at how all of this kind of fits together. There we go. Okay, so I've got this 2x4, and let's see how far we slide onto that. Okay, that 2x4, in order to get a good solid grip, we're actually going a little bit past it. So that's something to consider in how far out from the corner I might end up. And also whether I'm going to put it this way or that way. Let me check these. I'm going to check this arm mount. So if I'm going to have the arm mount 90 degrees so that I can go in two directions, we've got that. That might be a little tight. I need to get one of the arms. Alright, it works just fine as long as we've got room for this piece. The arm will pivot on it just fine until the arm hits the wall, and the arm is going to be hitting the wall. That's kind of the point. Alright. And that's the tighter way to do it. So we're going to go ahead and do it that way, because that'll put the post tighter up into the wall than if we go that way. And since we can do it the tighter way, we'll do it that way. Okay. Did I just... Well, let's hope that's not an indictment of the overall build quality. Okay, so I want the 2x4 to go into that corner with this clamp around it. That means I'm going to bash on this for just a moment. Let's get this remote camera closer. I am liking this thing. I hope that it's useful. And I apologize for that little ride I just took everyone on. There we go. Tighten that. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that means... Alright, we do have a little delay on that camera, but it's okay. I'm going to take this square and give myself just a tiny bit of room. Right there, and I'm actually just going to go ahead and outline the clamp itself. That way I put it on in the right spot. There we go. And then on this side... Okay, so now I know my minimum size. I know that it has to be this wide on the widest part, and it has to be that wide on the narrowest part. Otherwise, it's not going to hold the thing it needs to hold. Now, I do believe that that's going to be less than... Yeah, I got to take this sucker off. There we go. I do believe that this angle is not going to be exactly what I want. No. So, you can see here that when my front is where I want to be, my back is not. If it's in a 45, is that a 45? Oh, this is embarrassing. Give me a second. Yeah, that's 45. 0, 45, 90. Okay. So if I'm going with a 45-degree angle, which would be kind of nice since I'm going into that, and since that would be equal, that would be 90, that would be 45. So I'd like to have a 45-degree angle on here so it just nests nicely into that corner. Which means that if I want a 45-degree angle, I'm going to have to base it on the narrowest part, because that narrowest part can't get any smaller. So, do I have a different color pen? Hope this works. Yeah. So we got that. By that. Look at that. Nice Technicolor drawings. Because it's okay if I'm wider in the front. That just means I'm farther out. Yeah, it's the back that can't get any narrower because I need to have room for... I need to have room for this to fit behind while also keeping the 90-degree angle. If I didn't care about a 90-degree angle, then I could just do a nice neat line between those two, but I really want this to just butt up against that wall and that wall. That's in the way. Okay, so get those out of the way. Okay. Need to cut this. Set it right there and clamp it down. I do love a speed clamp. Okay, that should be good. I still have the... That's right, it's over here now. All right, this is going to be loud. So for the benefit of the live stream, I'm going to go ahead and mute briefly. Okay. So apologies if you jumped in just then. I meant to mute the mic before I did that, and apparently I thought I did, but I came back and it was on. Sorry if that was really, really loud. Okay. Speed clamps. So if I'm not mistaken, that fits in there pretty darn beautiful. Okay, so that's just about right. The only real complaint I have is that let's see how it goes like this. Yeah, we're gonna have to go a little bit higher to accommodate for the screw there. And that's okay by me. Yeah. I'm okay with that. So let me just measure how high this is. I could measure all of this and build it out in SketchUp or something, and there have been projects where I did that. I don't want to do that. We're just bashing this together and making sure that it all kind of fits. And it will. Okay, so this, there we go, sort of, there we go. All right, so basically what we're dealing with here is that this is the line that I would like for the base of that wood. So I need to kind of build a frame up for that, which is fine because I want to make sure that this has something really good to grab onto. So what I need to do I think I see what I need to do. That will take it over to the stud. So going into those two studs is a good thing. Hello? Okay. Huh. I think I might have just overloaded the mic with the saw. Something to keep in mind. Interesting. Alright, so I didn't think that through when I was considering tying it into the studs. Yeah, I'm going to have to just attach it to those. Obviously that's too tall, but okay. I swear the brain is still working. Just working this out in my head as I go along. That's right. Okay, so there are two main ways I can see to handle this. Not plugged in. I can build up Basically kind of layering up a solid block. So I can build up, or I can try and shelf it. And given that I want this to be rock solid, I don't want this to fall apart. And I've got the scrap wood at the moment. And I brought out the big guns here. I'm just going to build up. So, confirming again, this is unplugged. All right. That's what I think we're going to do. Because I build that up. Build up that. Yeah. Because I can put it like this. And then build up and also give it a wedge front. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So for that, I would need let's just double check where that's hitting. How big is that? Three inches. And this is a rough 3 inches, so I'm not worried about losing anything to kerning. And I'm going to build out as I go. So we're going to do 3, 3, and 3.5, 3.5, oops, 3.5, then 4, and that's more than close enough for my taste. Okay, and this doesn't require the blade to be at an angle. I might do a nice cut later to give it a front. Jeez, I'm sorry it's loud. and do this cut. I hope it isn't too loud. I'm also going to unplug the mic first because it didn't like the last couple cuts. Okay, we should have it. All right, we got the mic again. All right, unplugged. If you saw me disappear for a minute, it's just because it's getting to 9:30 and I didn't want to just be using a power saw down here and keeping everyone awake. But apparently everyone who is nearby is already awake. So... We're going to do a couple more of these. Actually, yeah, a couple more of these out of the 2x10, 2x2, or 2x3. You can really tell it's not 3 inches. 2x4 is a little bit... You're getting to a bigger size, so the ratio is a little bit harder to spot, but... This one's a little more tricky. Alright, let's see before I'd like to do my cuts in batches just so I'm not annoying people, even though they say it's fine. All right, getting there. Where's my... Okay. Okay. 4 inches. I actually like that better. This is why I like puzzling things out. Yeah, we're going to use that. Fewer joints, the better. those will basically give us this. And I think that'll be enough because it's going to be mounted in, but I'll also put a block there in the middle. Okay. Let's go ahead and pause the mic again. Because I think 2 more cuts and I've got this. All right. So I should be done with cuts for now. Hopefully for the whole thing. Other than maybe making it pretty later, but... Okay. So now I should have some nice wedges. Just a bit tall. That's not what I wanted. All right, hopefully. There we go. working? Are we working? Okay, we're working. Good. That's fine. That actually looks really cool. Do I want to do it? That almost looks like I meant it to happen. Okay. Alright, so that's going to just stay cranked on nice and tight. It's a little bit more so we've got the proper rotation on this screw. There we go. That fits in there nicely. Alright. Okay. go ahead and take care of that. Just brought this box down right before I started working. I didn't bring it downstairs. right. We'll go for this one. And I've decided I'm not going to screw these. I don't want to risk splitting the wood, and they're really just there for a little stabilization anyway. They don't actually need to be attached incredibly strongly. Just fits. I'm gonna get a dustpan. All right, I've got these. No, that was not a time lapse. They are not clamped yet. They're not stuck yet. I just want to see how this is fitting. Yeah, that'll be just fine. Thinking of just gluing them, but besides the fact that this needed to be special, like have that joint glued, I feel like it does need at least a tack. Those aren't going in deep, and the pre-drilling kept the wood from splitting. And that makes me a lot more comfortable. Nope. Lost that second cam signal a little while ago. Let's retry that. Okay, there we go. Looks like I lost that when I pivoted it. Oops. Oh, really? Did I do that? I did that. That's irritating. No, it's glued down. Well, that's frustrating. I did them exactly the same. I needed to mirror them. Just means that this side's going to be a bit ugly. They're already glued down. I'm not going to fight it. All right. Okay, that's in there. I wish that was just a little bit taller, but it's not. I'm showing it now. Double check. Yes. Yeah, I wish that was just a little bit taller there. Unfortunately, it's not. All right, I think that's good. Make sure that that buddy is on there. should be pretty solid. Let's see what happens if I flip those two, since the desk is not perfectly flat. Now that is actually a little less stable. Yeah, that's just fine. Make sure that the Allen bolt there is on the outside so I can slide it up and down if need be. But yeah, that'll be fine. Even, I mean, I would obviously hang a monitor from it right now, but even just balanced like that, it's really steady. So once I've got it screwed together, I think I'll be happy with it. All right. Okay, so that should be fine. Let's go ahead and kind of mark where this top piece attaches. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. There it is. I knew I had a bit in there somewhere. Okay. good. Pretty good. You got more shop rags down here. Let's get that on there. I like where you're sitting. One. See if I have a longer version of this bit. Too big. But that will give me the extension I need. Yeah. All right. I like it. Oh, yeah. That's coming together. Alright, now I need to make it... I really want to give it that little foot there. It's not quite 90, though. But if I use that small piece, I should be able to knock it with a chisel. everything's going to be okay. Okay. Oops. Get this side too. I just want that in there. It makes me feel better. There we go. That should do it. Okay. A little bit modernist, little cubist. If I wasn't so worried about making noise, I would probably go ahead and make some slightly more precise cuts. But I think it's fine. It is certainly solid. That's staying. All right, so I'm not going to put the monitors on it until tomorrow when the glue has dried, but I'm not doing it. But that kind of amuses me. It's not happening though. All right. So now that has grown there, feeling very much like some sort of fungal accretion, let's go ahead and just get things to the right height and angle, and then I'll worry about the wires tomorrow, because I don't want to put any serious weight on it until the glue is dried, even though I think the screws are doing plenty of good work here. I have a corner for scrap wood at the moment. I really need a bucket. I do have a vacuum, but again, it's 10:30. Let's try and let people get some sleep. Whatever excuses they were making, the TV is off upstairs now. So that being said, I need that. Hopefully this is the right Allen wrench, because I just went and threw the other one into... there we go. I just went ahead and threw that other Allen wrench right into the tool drawer. All right. Let's go ahead and check some heights. The computer table needs to be on first. And that's what we based the height of the eye line on. So that's going to go at about there. I should have some little locking rings. One. And there's another. All right. So our sequence here will be locking ring, computer rack, locking ring, monitor stand. Or monitor arms. I'm just getting tired. Fortunately, we're done with power tools for today. Otherwise, I would probably be stopping. All right, you come over here. Bottom you give a nice downward shot of setting this up. There we go. Meanwhile, you can point up there and give us the J.J. Abrams lens flare angle. Okay, now this guy needs to go on right about, come on, get on there. I need to loosen that up. This be the large one. It isn't. Okay. I do just remember that this thing has two different sizes of bolts, and that was most frustrating at the time. Oh, I put it on upside down. Oh, gracious. Update. I didn't put it on upside down. It just wants to go all the way to the base. I'm going to do that particular angle, so I don't need this locking ring. Let me see here. I might need it after all. All right. I don't necessarily want to move the laptop while it's being used, so slightly similar sized dummy computer to the rescue. There we go. All right. That feels about right. This laptop's slightly larger than mine, and it feels about right. So I think I will put that locking ring in place. Yeah, we'll go with that. I would rather my monitors be slightly higher than I like them than they be too low. All right. Let's tighten that locking ring. All right, now in theory that won't go anywhere. Theory. I'll also crank down this Allen bolt. I always get confused when I think of these because I think they're usually called Allen bolts, but then these things, I've had the Allen wrenches, I've heard referred to as church keys. And literally I went to a church for a while where they had these sitting up on the top of the door jamb because they were what you would use to connect, like lock and unlock the crash bar so that the door would just, be completely unlocked, or you'd have to use the crash bar to open it. Okay. That particular hop is unpleasant for the knees. Okay, now we get the arms. Oh, that's right. This one I have just one articulation point on. And I can adjust. I can add another one if I want. This one I have 2 articulation points because this is the one that was used for the giant screen. The giant screen, I feel like I'll put... I don't know. I might even just do one. It's a question of height now. Let's go ahead and try this one. Let's try just using a single articulation point to start. See, I think giant screen won't fit like that. Nope, even impinging onto the place where my laptop usually sits. It's just too big. So that one does need 2 arms. Here's the one that uses a different wrench. It's the arm tensioner. And the arm tensioner is the thing I've always had trouble with on this. Okay. That needs to pivot out a little bit. And from there, I think we're okay. Let me just pop it up there for a moment. Right about there. We'll be kind of stepping in on the laptop's territory. Let me see. This one again is a little bit larger, but yeah, that's a problem. All right. Troubleshoot, troubleshoot. That's the whole name of the game here, isn't it? All right, let me try the other one real quick before I make any drastic changes. Oops, we still there, Mike? Yes, okay. All right, let's check out this one. that's also going to need the second articulation point. All right, we're going to have both of those go up a bit then. I still believe that this was a good choice. I think. Loosen this one up. Okay. Let's see how you are now. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see. I've got my laptop right where I like it. That's really good for the laptop screen. That monitor still needs to be a little bit higher because this webcam can't go up as high as it should. Now, that said, let's think about this for a second. If I lower the laptop, if I get rid of that little bump bolt, my eye line goes from being right in the middle, which is where I'd like it to be, to a little bit below, but then I have to look up for the monitors. How does that look if I'm looking up? I think that's okay. I'm going to try leaving the laptop where it is and putting this external monitor on its own post. So let's try that. Not its own post, an extra post. Another arm. All right, there we go. Where did I put that arm? I'm going to drop the laptop screen because I can't find that other arm. And I didn't use it in my previous setup, so I know I didn't throw it away, but I've moved twice since I bought it, so... Yep, that's a nope. How far out does the laptop need to be? Will it? No, that's not going to work. Yeah, just drop it. Don't need to over-engineer something. Alright, take that off. What if we do it like this? Put it about there. Let's get one underneath. Is it even remotely working? I need to just see if the laptop fits there. I don't know if the laptop is going to fit like that. But let's see. Nope, that ain't going to work. Not at all. That arm's going back on. But it does bring back the question. Of whether that could remotely work. Is the nice thing about these reconfigurable brackets. The TV will not fit up there, right? It could. If I'm willing to have it be totally straight. Let's try it over here first, maybe. Cam. That looks terrifying. Just see if it fits. That does not fit. The big screen needs 2 arms. Now the obvious solution is that the laptop goes on a stand instead of on this articulated thing. I can totally do that. It would just be nice to be able to fold everything away like that so that when I'm not using the laptop, I still have access to that corner. Come on. Let go of the monitor. Okay. There we go. All right, got to look up a little bit for that monitor, but I'm okay with that for now at least. All right, I think that will do. Now I do have one more thing to correct if I'm happy with this position. Let me see here. Okay. I'm okay with that. And I can look up there and I'm happy. That's a little higher than I'd like. But I think I might be able to lower it. I'll mess with that in a minute. So I'm mostly happy with this. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is that, well, this is holding really well. It's attached to these 2x3s, and that's a real torsion point. So what I'm just going to do is add a little bit of bend protection. I'm just going to put a bolt into that stud there and then just literally tie that upright so that this corner is taking care of the downward force but not having to deal with all of the torque. So is that the right use of torque? I'm not sure. All right, so we're going to add a bolt there, which means taking down the monitors again. Something here. Yes, not that. Okay, that is perfectly fine right there. Just verifying that we don't have any wires or anything to worry about. I happened to think of this because I noticed that I had a bolt while I was going through and looking for various other bits of hardware, such as screws. Okay. That'll do. I have verified that there are no wires and that the stud is where I think it is. Go. Ow! 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 Hopped down a little soon, bumped my knee. All seems to be in one place. And the correct place. That was unpleasant. Okay. The joys of live streaming. Get to have my shame broadcast to all 0 of you. Okay, let's see. That's right. Getting back up again. Fool me once, right? Go. There we go. Just a little wrap there to provide friction. Another friction wrap. make that several. Do I have more there? Yeah. Got more on this side, so. Should have done that more evenly. It'll be all right. Let's do it this way first. Go. That's a square knot. Not adding any strength here, just securing the ends and making it look a tiny bit better in case I happen to see it. Alright, now's the part where we're really careful getting down. Alright. That's fine. That's going to get tightened soon. That ain't going anywhere. Alright. let's see if I can get this to lower. So counterclockwise increases the tension. So if I take this clockwise, it should go down easier. Counterclockwise, in theory, will lock it in place. I doubt that will happen, but we're going to try. Okay, maybe that's not how it went. Maybe the answer is that we need to go counterclockwise really far so that the weight of the TV pulls it down. Counterclockwise increases tension. This is reducing tension. That feels a little easier to push down. Guess I should take this camera down. Okay. Alright, let's see how high that is. Well, let's put the other arm on first before I start fiddling with heights. Keep trying to make it easier on myself and just makes it harder. Alright, that's gotten a good bit of... That's about the minimum of that the tension can be. We'll see how that works. Probably too loose now. Alright, let's put that arm on. Woo! yeah, that got a little bit looser. All right, we're gonna have to go the other direction a good bit. All right. Well, that needs a little tightening. So now we just spend 5 minutes going counterclockwise. And Charlie, if you're still there, thanks. Good to hear from you again. It's been a while. Really? So there we were. It was a Sunday night. Just wanted to quickly move my workstation to a different part of the workshop. The next thing you know, I'm engineering a whole shelf, which I still have some suspicions of. Oh, glad to see you're still there, Charlie. Yeah. Don't know how long the lag is. It seems like we got like a 3-minute lag between sending and arriving on YouTube. But hope you're doing well. You may or may not be happy to know that the kid and I have gotten back into rock climbing. So, not like daily, but every week or two. Is that better? Sitting at about half tension there. Now it needs a little bit less, but that's good for now. All right. So what I need is for you to be there, and you to be there. That's still vaguely terrifying, but it's doing the job quite well. So we'll go with that. I do want to tighten up the rope. I'm not too worried about this little lean that you're probably seeing, because quite frankly, it always had a lean like that, even on a regular desk. I just don't like it being there putting a twist on this board. That board goes into 2 or 3 studs, but I would just rather keep the downward pressure on the corner piece and pull the whole unit back some. So this is where I climb up again. There we go. And we're just gonna tighten that rope. And this is the part in all the movies where something goes terribly wrong, because it's like, just one more thing. Just one more week to retirement. Just one more adjustment on the Christmas lights. Clark, you don't need to adjust the Christmas lights again. All right. I'm doing some overkill here, but I really just want to make sure that it's safe. Oh, yeah. The reason we started the rock climbing was because she went to scout camp and did the rock wall blindfolded in I think it took her like 10 minutes. It wasn't any sort of record-setting pace, except that the people working the camp were like, well, we never seen anyone take that long, but we also never seen anyone took that long make it. So since she was so tenacious with that first experience, we decided to give it a try, and it's going pretty well. Still bouncing between gyms until we find one that has a nice schedule cost balance. And for all like 3 of you who ever see this other than Charlie, we used to work at a scout camp together. So, and among other things. All right. That's tolerable. I don't like how wiggly that dude is, so I'm going to fidget with him a little bit. All right, why are you wobbling? Okay. Okay, that should be good. Let's go ahead and lock down that center post. Alright, we're just locking these arms so they don't pivot from this point anymore, because that's not necessary. That one. Alright. That'll also help just reassure me that it's not going to all flip off. We're going to call that one tight enough. All right. This one's good and tight now. One more twist. Alright, that's not terrible. Okay, that's good. I'm going to go ahead and see if this fits here. Does it work? All right. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I mean, I could fidget with these a little bit just to make sure that I like their angles. And it wouldn't hurt this guy to be a bit lower. Which, hey, it stayed where I put it. All right, I guess I got the tension about right on that one. Yeah, that stayed right where I put it. Okay. That's good. Take down this. Okay. What if I take this down just a teensy bit? All right, that one's raising up some more. I think they're both slowly creeping up, but it's okay. In fact, I might just leave the tension alone. Let's lower it out a couple more. Let that go up one more, maybe. There we go. All right. Just put a little, one of these little pegboard clips behind the TV so it kind of hovers exactly where I want it. That's fine. That's fine. Whoops. Wouldn't mind you being just a little bit better. Okay, let's switch to a slightly more dignified. Okay. I think I'm pretty happy with this. I'm going to have to play around with my green screen a little bit here. Just wrap it in some, and that's fine. Curved. Yeah, a curved green screen's a little bit better anyway. It does mean I might also end up placing it more like that. Something. I'll have to play around with it a bit because different classes I use slightly differently. I don't usually pop up in the middle of the board and point at chessboards on either side. It's normally that I'm here doing this, which I actually literally could just kind of lean here and yeah, that could work very well. Oh, I am quite pleased with how this has worked out. I was a little nervous at points. I will say that I will probably end up reinforcing down below a little bit. Because if we look down there in the mini video, you can see down below it's solid. And the rope, there it is. The rope has taken a lot of the forward leaning load away from this. And I totally trust that post for a download. The only worry I have is just the twist from the top leaning forward. That's mostly been done away with because that rope and that pin is more than enough to hang this whole setup from. Of course, that's if we were going straight down, not with going with this shear strength. We're not going to worry about all of that detail because I am not setting up a rock climbing rig or building a bridge. I'm just making sure that a couple of computer monitors don't go anywhere during a workday. Okay. Alright, now that I've got that pretty much set up, there we go. Alright, now that I've got that pretty much how I want it, I'm really surprised with how quickly that came to exactly what I wanted. Wow. Let's see if there's any little things that I can do just to wrap up. It's not midnight yet, and I do paperwork tomorrow, not teaching. So, let's just see. I'm not going to worry about the lighting, because I can get the lighting worked out tomorrow. Just seeing if being in this new spot are there any conveniences I can add for myself. Such as a basket to hold my USB-C adapter. I don't think this is gonna work. I don't think it'll go out far enough, but I'm gonna try it. Hook on, hook. Are you gonna fit? Hey, it's not perfect. That's not perfect, but it does take a good bit of the load off, and I think if I go up one more peg, that'll actually be really, really good. Okay, so I'm gonna go up one more, and also in one. Or back one, I should say. Now let's go ahead and clean out this basket. There. Hook there. Swear I cleaned that. Alright, and that's not bad. Might even encourage me to go ahead and get an Ethernet cable to here so I can be wired in when I'm streaming. That would definitely help with the lag. Okay. No, that's just about perfect. Okay, so that does it for that. Although, where do I want to put my power brick when I'm working? Now, I only have one power brick at the moment, and I'm not going to drop $100 on another Apple power brick. But I'm also not buying a knockoff. Those scare me. I've used them. They get way too hot. I've got this organizer, but I don't know that I want to use it over there. But the one thing I do want to do is have this microphone up off my work surface, and it just so happens I have something that might be perfect. Let's see. I built this rig based on Adam Savage's design. It's not quite the same as his, but the flex tube really does work great. The only problem is that I got a size smaller, thinking that it would be a little bit more nimble in turning, because he always seemed to have trouble with his. Yeah, turns out there's a reason that Adam Savage went with the dimensions he did. It actually holds without doing any sort of bend like that. So let me see though if I can use it for my microphone. So I'm just going to take the camera out for the moment. There we go. That's your nose shot. Okay, where did I put my excuse me. Alright, there's the extra. Did I put them? Yes. I put the pliers in here. So I'm going to try taking out the one that seems to be too easy to bend. Could be it was just kind of lubricated by that, what you call it, two-part epoxy that hadn't set. Or, yeah, or it could be it's worn down because that is a torsion point, and like I said, I got them a size too small. But, let's see. Let's see how it does. Oh! That just popped. That's not good. Let's try that again, shall we? What happens if I put my microphone there? All right, I'm going to mute for a second. What happens is I remember that the microphone and the camera holder or phone holder for the camera shoe are different sizes. Now that said, I think I have some adapters. Okay, microphone. Where did I put my adapter box? I think this was it. Yes. I think the screw is the right size, but it's not long enough to reach in because of the finger twiddly thing. Let me see if any of these other adapters fit. Here. This is a long barrel one. Let's see if that barrel is too thick though. All right. I have a few thoughts on that, but I don't know that I'll be able to execute any of them tonight. Another thought. Let me just look at this. Nope, I don't like that. It's alright. For now, I'll just put my mic there. It's a cardioid anyway, so if I put it there under the computer, it should get really good sound. Alright. Let's go ahead and put my second camera back in its mount. There we go. A little ASMR for those of you who enjoy the noise of shop equipment creaking and being adjusted. And the soft, gentle purr of a fan running in the background of a workshop. All right. Secondary camera, you will live approximately there for now. Yes, because you're not especially useful in moments like this, especially because there's a lag, but I can just pivot you to show things that I am working on. Yes. Yeah, I like that. Mute. There we go. Okay. All of these were not successful because this is the closest, but this part of the barrel right here, there we go, is too thick. And this, so I can't even tell if that screw fits or that screw fits because this part of the barrel is way too thick. But that's okay. We'll work it out. That's just that I'd like to have the microphone up off so that it picks up a little less of my typing. Okay, so I've got those. Lighting. Alright, I've got these lights that I've been using for years. They're photography lights from Amazon. Pretty darn cheap. I've repaired them a few times, doing things like swapping out that thumb screw there, right there, for just a regular nut and bolts, because it's cheaply made, easily cracked, but inexpensive. And these are the ones that I believe I was complaining earlier today about them running off of USB, and I never plug them into my computer because they want a strong USB current. And I know USB-C is powerful, but I just don't want to overtax it just to run some lights. So I need to fidget with the lighting in here a little bit. I really don't want to do the whole green screen setup, but there's some basic lighting that I can know if it's good. It would be kind of nice if I could run these, if I could keep these in their mounts and kind of use them as task lighting, but I don't think that's practical because I can't have them both up to provide light for when I'm working and pivot all the way down to provide task lighting. So I might just have to accept that these are my work lights and I have other task lights. Now, as far as how these work lights are going to go, I don't know that I actually need them on these long arms at the moment. Because let me get some light. Oh, I need a USB adapter. Where did I put my USB adapters? Hopefully. Okay. USB adapter 1 and 2. All right. Use the better one for the moment. This might be bright. Okay. This is how we're going to set it for proper illumination of my Ghost Stories class. It was a dark and stormy night. I don't know. It's actually not a terrible idea. Save that. Something to do over the summer so people can prep for Halloween. Something to do for Halloween. I don't know. Let's see here. If I put one right here, it gets a little tricky because I'm also, like, my webcam is on a MacBook Pro and they've got all of this, like, secret sauce stuff for making sure that it looks as good as possible. So I have to put my lighting up, wait about 10 seconds to see if it is, to see if my laptop camera is going to adapt to it. I paused there because if you look just here, I just realized, wonder of wonder, the little pegboard hooks actually fit perfectly in the in the screws for these lights. So I think I can just hang the lights on the pegboard, and that makes me really happy. So let's see. Guess who's climbing again? Here we go. That's a little bit more dignified. All right, I'm not sure if you're getting audio from that camera or not. I did not test that. But I'm really pleased. I might be able to just post my camera. It's kind of right here, just above my monitors. I would like one of the double ones so it doesn't pivot. Like this one might have a bit too much of an angle. Let's try it. also a little bit smaller, so it doesn't work quite as well. This one, that's what we want. You couldn't ask for that to be better. Okay, that's not quite as tight as I'd like. But so it could just be happenstance that some of these are the right size. All right. Now, I've got that one up there. Let's get this one plugged in. Turn it on. All right, I've got two lights right there. Of course, it's a little blinding when I look right at them, but if I look at the monitor, I think I'm okay. And I don't think I'm going to get any glare off of that. I've got a really strong shadow right there that I don't especially love. Let's see if I dim that light some. That actually does help a lot. I still don't love this shadow. I do have a third light somewhere. Gaff tape will come in handy. I'm not going to throw it. Thought I had another one of those lights. Yeah, so I might want to move one of these lights. Although I do have the shop light on still. Let's take that off. Yeah, now I've got a really, really painfully bright light up top there. I need to either direct... Yeah, I absolutely need some underlighting. Let's see what I do. All right, back. Back we'd go to the ghost stories. All right, let's try putting that right there. That might be okay. I can't even see because that's so bright. That's not bad. Let's see how that looks. That's a lot of blue reflecting up from below, and I've got bright right in my eyes everywhere. All right, it's still really strong coming from up there. There's a reason they pay people to do this. Let me just lower that and see if it helps. That one does need to move. It's just way too high, even, and it's either too bright or I'm too dim. I think this is going to be too much side. Got a really strong shadow right here. Yeah, I don't like that at all. Yeah, that's creepy. What if I just go back to using my trusty old Klieg lights? What if we do it like that? Yeah, that's giving me a glare problem. Yep, way too hard to correct for. I'm just kidding. It's still right in my eye line. I'm getting those two shadows. If I just use that as a big light box. It was always going to be right there, wasn't it? Just shining right in my face. I think that's going to be enough light. No, and we're getting again that issue with the monitor shade. Of course, the monitors aren't on, and that's going to affect it some. Is this even doing anything? A little bit of underlighting. That probably does help some. All right, I'm going to put this buddy back over here. That's not bad. Not great, but I also don't have these monitors on yet. It's worth checking with that. That needs power. I will need to do some lighting on that because I've got a strong shadow behind, since this is currently the only light source. We will remedy that over time. It was on the black chair. I think I like how the monitor is sitting. I might pivot it down to be right here, but I'll play with that later. I can't believe it's right there. this is the fancy one. Where the DVI is. Sure would be nice to have two pivot arms now. All right. Let's switch those cameras. All right. Other than needing to flatten out the green screen, I think got a little bit of shadow here. Some underlight helps with that. Yeah, that's not bad. Flatten out the green screen with some lighting from over there, maybe a little under if needed. And I think that's gonna be pretty sweet. Yeah, that's gonna work. Okay, this was an extra cable. I might go ahead and make this screen. I might go ahead and put this screen on a second arm, but I don't know that I need it. When I kind of make sure that the arms are back where I want them, it's all fine. Yeah, we're good there. Okay, I think we're gonna wrap it up here. I've got a few more cables to route, but I'm tired of switching the camera, so I'm not, climbing all over it. So I think I'm gonna end it there. I know a couple of people dropped by. Thank you, especially to those of you I know. Really appreciate that. I don't have a regular schedule for these. I'm going to be just as bad about doing shop videos as I am about joining friends for online gaming. Sorry, folks. But, that said, you can pretty much usually expect it to happen probably once a week, maybe more. And, we start getting some people watching these videos and commenting. I'll try and set aside a dedicated time so we can interact. Alrighty, I gotta get going. I'm either going to go to bed or maybe just spend a little while routing all of these wires just while I listen to a podcast, because I meant to do that the whole time I was doing this, but instead I got distracted. Alright, so that's good for now. I'll see y'all at some point in the future, hopefully soon. Please leave a comment if you have any thoughts. I'm sure it was entertaining to watch either entertaining or mind-numbingly boring to watch me fuddle through making a rather simple thing, and in some ways drastically overcomplicating my life by moving something that didn't desperately need to be moved. But now, it's going to feel so much better to do my work here instead of sitting down. I was so tired of sitting down. All right. Y'all have a wonderful evening. Hope to see you again soon.